Everybody ready? All right. Good evening, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, August 1st, 2023, and it's approximately 6:30 in the evening. And we do have a quorum. All City Council members are present with the exception of Mr. Martinez, who is excused and he had work obligations this evening. I have asked Councilmember Ray Orozco to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we move to citizens to be heard, I just wanted to introduce a guest. We have Eagle Scout Aiden Serrano from Troop 17 here this evening, and he's working on his Eagle Scout badge, or Eagle Scout level, I guess, right? It's not really a badge, but tonight you're working on the citizen and community badges for that recognition. So thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. All right. Citizens to be heard. Number 2, anyone in the chamber like to address the council at this time? Please come forward and state your name and where you're at, where you live at, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Okay. Yes, Ms. Sawyer. We're glad you're here. Just you know this. You know the routine. State your name and just where you live, where you reside. And is that on?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you.
So my name is
Yeah. I didn't think it was on because I could. There you go. No, still need you to put the on button on. It is? There we go. Excellent. Thank you.
Now?
Very good.
Okay.
Very good.
So I'm Vera Ann Sawyer, and I believe my neighborhood is in Canterfield. Okay.
I call it Forest Oaks Estates, but I think I'm the only one up here that does.
Forest
but
Oaks
that's where
Estates,
I say
that sounds,
you live.
That
anyway,
sounds more fancy.
There you go.
Anyway, a couple of things I wanted to talk about, and one is about the free days that are at the pools. Mm-hmm. So this year we have 2 free days at the pool, one for Forest Oaks, one for the community pool every week, plus the federal holidays. Mm-hmm. I've just noticed that, especially in the evenings on the free days, that it was very, very crowded. Of course, doesn't break any fire standard rule or anything, but it was very crowded. There was littering at the pool, and the guards were being disrespected. Kids were running. The guards were telling them to slow down, to walk, and whatever, and they were just completely ignored. I saw 2 children in the pool when it was break time, and one of them was a small child who had nobody watching over her, and not even the parents. That was just very scary for me. I think that as a city, we're being very generous with the free days. I'm all for the federal holidays having the free pools. What I wanted to do to wean this down and still be able to allow people to come in for free is that we could, for every season member, they could allow a free person in the pool. And normally that would be someone who is going to obey the rules because they're a guest of someone who is a member. So let's say that a family has 5 in their family, they could invite 5 people with them to come to the pool. That's just something I'd propose. I've noticed that the theme parks and the HOAs are doing that too. Okay. So I thought maybe that's something that we could do. And then also I just wanted to speak out. The meeting with the Coffee of the Mayor that happened a couple of Saturdays ago was very enlightening to me. especially learning that our city has only 1 month of emergency reserve. That was very scary to me. That's, as an individual living paycheck to paycheck. I'm very concerned about this. And then Crystal was saying that it should be 3 to 6 months, and ideally it should be 9 to 12 months. So this isn't sustainable for a city, and neither is it for citizens. I suggest what we do is that the city pay off debts. Is that the time limit?
Yes, but I'll give you just another, because
Okay.
another 30 seconds to finish up your thought.
Okay.
Thank you.
That we lower our expenses, pay off debts, and that we not feel stressed about being in competition to have everything that San Antonio has. We have a lot that draws people to our city already. We don't have to create more.
Okay, thank you for those thoughts. We do appreciate. All right. All right, anyone else like to address the council? Please come forward. Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Hody. How are you? Or good evening and welcome.
I'm well. Thank you very much.
Good.
Hello, everyone. 3 minutes is sometimes not enough.
I know.
So thank you for giving her the extra 30
Sure.
seconds. Couple things. One, we've had 3 fires across the street from us. You're aware of those.
I am.
And it is my understanding that we don't have a brush truck anymore, or not one at all. I've seen the big truck, or one of the big trucks, I don't know which one is which, head down there. But seems like we need something a little bit smaller to get back in there. I know that seems like the fire department's been pretty good about getting EMS vehicles that are just regular vehicles, and then they just kind of rig them out to whatever their specs are instead of ordering something special. And so I and several others on the street are kind of concerned about that because of the numbers that there's been just in the last several months, including reignition in some areas from time to time. So I don't know if the photo enforced camera fund has got any kind of money in it at all. I had heard a number of months ago that y'all were going to just kind of hold off on it and let it accumulate. Well, there's something you can spend it on.
Okay.
Second thing is, are we still under the plant 1,000 trees or whatever it is? Are we still doing
It's
that?
10,000 trees by the year 2025. Yes, sir.
Plant, does that include maintaining them?
Well, I did get yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, because
okay.
we don't want them to die.
Right, okay, so that's a problem that I'm seeing on the hike and bike right now. One of the things that the neighborhood was promised was plenty of plants and shrubs, and not shrubs per se, but growth along to kind of shield from the residents.
Right.
And so there's been a lot of them that have died. I'd say 50% of them have died. So you can subtract that from the the total that have been
Is
planted
that the
so
trees that the Bear County planted?
far.
Yes.
It is.
Okay.
Yes. So I have actually seen a couple people, and I've done it a little bit, not as much as I should, hauling buckets of water over there to water them, and they're kind of in bad shape.
All right.
Yes, we're having a really tough year, but it's a shame to lose those. And some of them are hanging on and doing pretty decent, but maybe you can use the brush truck to water them or something like that. You know?
Okay. All right.
So those are my two concerns.
Thank you for bringing
So
those
please
two
consider
items
those.
to our concern.
Thank you. And it's Matthew Hody from Leon Valley Ranches
Yes.
Estates.
There we go. Leon Valley Ranches Estates. All right. Thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Caldera.
So I just wanted to address a couple of those items. We did have an ATV under the fire department, which we were going to rig out with the water barrel in the back. We have removed that from the capital, so if council would like to, if the council would like to reconsider putting that item back in, I would just need to know, but that item was removed from the capital. Secondly, we can't use red light camera funds for that. It's not a traffic mitigation device.
I thought it was safety. I see. Okay.
Yeah, and then we did invest $120,000 is currently from the tree mitigation fund to add sprinklers. Those are not part of that. Melinda's addressing the parks first, but you would have an extra, I think, $50,000 in the tree mitigation fund if y'all want to look at adding some additional sprinklers to those particular trees. I would just need to know.
Okay, but we
The
could,
Hike and Bike Committee and the Tree Committee have both been dismantled, right?
Yes, sir.
So maybe the Parks Commission needs to be a little more active with that, or be aware of it.
Right,
anyway.
because members of both of those committees went on to the Park Commission so that that view would be expressed on the Park Commission.
Maybe I'll go to the next one.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. All right. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. All right. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mata? I'm sorry?
Anyone else raise their hand?
Yes, we've already had two people before you. Good evening and welcome.
Yeah, just shortly, Eric Mata, Canterfield. Wanted to congratulate the city manager, the police chief, and you guys as a council for handling this situation, this lawsuit that we were potentially facing that obviously didn't turn into a lawsuit. But I know it's a bit of a sore subject for our police department, but either way, I'm just thinking back to not too many years ago, it would have been handled totally differently. So I want to say I think we did the right thing in acknowledging our role in that situation, and I think we handled it right. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Okay, see no one. We will go then to presentations. Presentation 3.1. Paul Ura from the National Weather Service will present the City of Leon Valley with a storm ready certification, of recognition. And Mr. Ura is here at our podium, and I'd like to welcome you and thank you for driving from New Braunfels to be here
That's
this
always a
evening.
challenge.
Yes, that is a challenge. And also our Assistant Fire Chief Eric Burnside is here also to be part of the presentation. So thank you.
Thank
If
you
you'll
so
begin.
much. And,
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. So my name is Paul Ure. I'm the Warning Coordination Meteorologist from the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels. We have jurisdiction over 33 counties of South Central Texas, including Bexar County and all the entities basically within that. Around the year 2000 or so, the National Weather Service created a program called Storm Ready. It actually started up in Oklahoma, and it was a way for the National Weather Service to recognize cities and counties that kind of went above and beyond the typical weather preparedness. That program kind of spread throughout the country, and now basically any sort of city and county, large entity like universities, large gathering venues can be part of the Storm Ready process. And so last year, Chief Burnside and myself, we sat down, there's a checklist that you kind of go through to kind of see how your community is doing with weather preparedness and being not only prepared for weather, but then also how do you get that information out to the general public, your own citizens, et cetera. And so we went through the checklist. That also included a local storm training here in the city, basically writing down and basically keeping track of things like tabletop exercises. What, again, outreach to the citizens. What are you doing to become what we call a Weather Ready Nation ambassador, and then also helping the citizens become just weather ready across the country. So with that, we completed the checklist. We signed off on it. And so what you kind of see up there on the screen there is the certificate of recognition. This is typically a 4-year program. So basically you are now signed off to being a storm ready community for the next 4 years. What that means is that you can actually use the Storm Ready logo on things like your city website. You guys can get logoed shirts. You can do whatever you'd like to do with that sort of logo. But it is special because not every city, not every community is gone through the process of becoming storm ready. So it is kind of a special thing. And then what happens after about the 4 years are over, I will visit back with the city, and we'll kind of go through the checklist again to see where we've maybe made improvements or where we have to continue sort of some of the outreach to the citizens, that kind of thing. So it is a big deal. It's a big deal that your city, your community kind of went through this process. And it makes myself, a worker for the National Weather Service, okay, a little bit of ease, right? If something heads toward this area, that everybody here kind of has gone through the process, what's happening with weather, and has a way of getting that information out to the general public. So besides that certificate,
Okay.
you also get this very nice Storm Ready sign.
Wonderful.
You see there? That you're willing to and can put up anywhere that you'd like.
Okay.
Those sort of signs are also additional signs can be purchased as well in case you want to put them in a couple of different buildings, that kind of thing. So with that, I'd like to do the formal presentation
Okay.
of the sign and the certificate.
And let me just see if any of our councilmen have any questions for you. I just was wondering how many cities are storm ready in our region.
Okay, in counties in particularly, of course, Bexar County is, the city of San Antonio is. So inside even San Antonio, UTSA, Trinity.
And you've got universities
The
and stuff.
the Alamo Dome, right? So
Right.
big groups like that. So we have
Okay,
quite a
very
few,
good.
even some of the hospitals are actually storm ready.
Very good.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good to know. All right, any other questions for Mr. Yura? All right, thank you. So let me run down and see. Our department, a round of applause for doing this for us.
I'm trying to hold it down so that it doesn't do a crazy flash.
All right. Going then to our next presentation, presentation 3.2. And this is the follow-up from the last meeting. We started the discussion, and this is the follow-up. And Director Salinas will be reporting on the proposal with the changes from last meeting. Presentations and discussion to consider approval of publication for request formal proposal, RFP, for the Kinman House. And Mr. Salinas, if you'll please begin. Thank you and welcome.
So
Do
good
appreciate
evening, Mayor and Council. Going back to the RFP for the Kinman House, we took some of your feedback and we decided to come back with a different RFP. Per the Council's request, we've narrowed the scope into a cafe/restaurant, and that's what the RFP is written as right now. So again, everything's still the same. We're leaving it at 6417 Evers. The criteria has adjusted a little bit, not too much. The equipment is also already included in there, and the objective has not changed. We're just basically narrowing the scope to have a cafe/restaurant. Per the council's feedback, we did require property and commercial insurance. There is no state minimum requirement on commercial insurance. So we decided to put $1 million on property and $1 million on personal. Per the council's request, we decided to add a lease amount. Per our conversation, we ranged it from $1,500 to $2,500. Businesses that are unable to pay the $1,500, their proposal will not be considered. So that is already off the bat. We're gonna, just kind of limit those out there because that was the feedback we received last time. Again, the lease amount will be considered in the scoring. So that was another feedback that we received. So we will consider the lease, how much a business is able and willing to pay. A lot of the things have changed. Some of the things we've changed were also the financial reporting. We're going to do credit reporting so we can find out if someone is eligible to be there. And we're going to still do a lot of the business planning and viability, feasibility in the property to make sure that the business that we do select is able to maintain a location there and is able to operate a proper business there. This is our new evaluation criteria. It will go back. It will still be a 100-point scale, and we added 10 points for the amount of lease payment. But the real biggest one here is it's making sure that a proper facility is able to operate. And it is feasible for it to be in there in the facility. We've made some changes to the dates. If this is approved by council for the RFP, we will open it up on August 7th, which is next week. I think it's next Monday. We will run it through September the 8th at 4 p.m. The evaluation period will depend on how many applications we actually receive. Depending on the number of applications, the period may be longer or shorter. and then we will bring applications to council. Again, depending on how many applications we receive, is the ones we will bring to council. So if we have 100, we'll bring you, hopefully the top 10 or so. But it just depends on how many we receive. Other uses for the property, the city can use this building to take the city archive records and put them in there. That will be across the street from the public library. The building at the corner of Pause and Everest Road would be demolished, and we would have that vacant land. It's not much, but we would have that vacant land as city-owned property. But yeah, the city could also use this building as well. That's another option if the council wants to look at that. And I think that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, very good, thank you. I had two questions. On the evaluation criteria on D, demonstrated commitment to customer satisfaction and community engagement. Can you give me an example of that? How are you going to rate that?
So we want to make sure that the business that's in there is proper. So we want to make sure that a business that's going to be there, it's going to attend to the needs of Leon Valley. So we don't want something that's not going to be to the community benefit, right? If it's going to be in a neighborhood. So we can't have a tattoo
Okay.
parlor or,
All right, so-
things like that, a liquor store.
We're not the ones that are going to be rating them, y'all are. This is your criteria for rating. Y'all are going to pick the business that goes in the community.
Okay. Oh, I understood, but I guess because we went out for a cafe, I was thinking, well, it's going to be a cafe, so I didn't know how would the cafe,
So we're going for a
the
restaurant,
commitment
cafe.
to customer satisfaction and community engagement, unless they had like a prior history, from another
Right, so
restaurant.
most of the businesses, because they're requiring financial capacity, those types of things, they've either have a customer base already. It's a way for you to rank them. So if you had a cafe that maybe was a little bit risque or something, you may not rate them. Like
Okay.
there's different types of
Gotcha.
cafes, so you don't know what type of restaurant cafe you may be getting. You may not want alcohol served in that facility. And so these scores are very, very subjective, and the
Yeah,
reason that they are
what I thought.
subjective is, again, we were keeping it, the only thing y'all narrowed down for us, kind of, sort of, was cafe-based, but there were still some discussion of leaving this RFP wide open, like Mr. Orozco said, because Mrs. Burnside came up and wanted to do like a library cafe to allow those people to submit for an RFP. And Councilor Martinez also had the same suggestion. So we try to narrow down as much as we could in the RFP, as well as attach a possible contract for a cafe. So then that way it could steer the applicants coming in. We did put a range
Sure.
as far as rent was
Yeah.
concerned. And then once we got those RFPs in, because we had somebody that wanted to do a barber shop or something in there. Well, now they really it wouldn't fall under these categories necessarily.
Okay.
So that's why it's a little vague.
I appreciate that. And just one other thing, I thought it was raised at the last meeting about having a management company. Is that
So after
is
you select,
that going to come later?
Right,
Okay.
well, yes and no. After
Okay.
you select your company, depending on who goes in there, it may be fitting to have a property
Okay.
management company. It may not. Like, once you get the lease established, this lease is going to be a lot better than the lease you had before. And so there's going to be some very, very stringent regulations. If they're late, there's going to be a consequence. If there's, if the council, if they need to go, there's going to be, the last lease agreement didn't have an out. Like, it was very difficult to get the person out of the facility. The only reason they were able to, because the lease ended. So we tightened up that lease. You may not need a property management
Okay,
company.
very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was wanting to see, if Mr. Bradshaw, you weren't here last time. Do you have any questions, comments, or would you prefer to hear the rest of the comments first? But I know you weren't here last time, so we maybe would like to get your take on what you think.
So I like this idea, that there's, that we're kind of rating, given the scores on these RFPs. I don't know if you guys gave some of these or Roque came up with them, but either way, I like that they're more kind of black and white, the amount of lease payment, and you could rank those, right? As opposed to just something that's less, that's more subjective.
Okay.
So I think they're.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Orozco.
Mr. Salinas, have you had any inquiries since they closed?
Yes, multiple. Yes. However, after the meeting, we had some people leave at the range. When the range came out, some people were like, well, we can't do that. The barber shop was, once they said cafe, because they were here, they withdrew as well. So when we initially went out, it was wide open. We're narrowing it down. People are pulling back a little bit.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. Mr. Campos.
Mr. Salinas, City Manager, Crystal, thank you for putting this together and hearing what we had to say. There's some edits that need to be made on the contract. I know it's a draft contract, and hopefully you'll true some of these up with the RFP. Some of the things we want to true up the insurance requirements that you had listed in the RFP, that they're translated into the draft contract. But is there any consideration that y'all thought about a personal guarantee of whoever signs this lease? Because you might get a small company that has an LLC that really doesn't have any financial wherewithal to really guarantee the lease term. So, if you could consider that, getting a personal guarantee for that. The other thing that I'd like to advocate to my colleagues here is to change the points. I think the price or the amount of the lease payment that they're proposing should have a higher score rather than just 10 points. I think it should be someplace in the neighborhood of 20 to 25%, take off at least 10 for the financial viability, and the other 5% on the last category, commitment to customer satisfaction. That's just a suggestion for us to consider. And I'd also like to recommend putting in here a restriction of communication. So we don't want somebody to submit and then start lobbying us during the time that it's being evaluated, that their comments cannot come forward until it appears on the agenda. It's quite common with the City of San Antonio and other municipal entities about this communication restriction, and if you need the wording, I'd be more than happy to provide that.
What is the consequence if they violate that? Do we throw it out?
You could be deemed non-responsive. Okay. And then the last comment I had, again, it's a great RFP, but the last page that gives everybody the city council's name and as well as all of the city officials, I certainly would eliminate that. You don't want to give anybody an opportunity to contact anybody while this RFP is being out on the street and being evaluated. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you for those
So the conflict
comments.
of interest form, it's part of the CIQ form. We're required to list all of the elected officials. So if they have a relationship with anybody, they would write that, they fill out the form. And so we list everybody that would be considered a city official on that last form.
Typically, they would know that. They would know that, hey, I've got a relationship with Chief Burnside or whoever it is, they'll disclose that. But I would recommend, just my recommendation,
Sure.
to eliminate that.
We've just been told in the past they had no idea that I was the city man or, council who was anyway, that's completely up to y'all. It doesn't.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Yes. Counselor Stevens.
I agree with you about the points. I think that can be changed, modified a little bit. I think there probably are some things that need to be shored up on the contract side. I know one of actually really the main question that I have, and it's all related, well, multiple questions kind of related to the same thing, but the insurance requirements, that doesn't make sense to me, the 1 million, like I don't understand what is 1 million in personal.
So that is
property.
that is the recommendation that we got last time. So it was $1 million of, it's like car insurance, right? So you have $1 million.
Should be like $1 million of general liability. It should be like if somebody falls and slips and they sue, like for the, they sue because they have, $500,000 of injuries. At least that's how I interpret.
Well, I mean, the way it's written right now covers, you have $1 million for the building and $1 million for a person. So if you want to do $1 million general liability for all, that's fine. We can do that too. That's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, maybe just look into, because I just think about, there's a standard insurance certificate that you give out, and you don't have personal property listed as under a business insurance policy.
You do.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
So when you get car insurance, you get personal, car, and then group. So the same with the home, the same with the business. There's no requirement under state law for you to have business insurance. There's a recommendation, based on the conversation we had here 2 weeks ago, the recommendation was $1 million for personal, $1 million for property. That's
And no liability, no general liability.
well, that would be the liability. I mean, we can have. You want $1 million in general
Well,
liability?
I just think that's what everybody always requires is 1 million of general liability.
Okay.
And it covers everything. But it's, again, I don't know the exact language. Generally, landlord is listed as like, at the very least, an additional insured, some type of listing where it entitles our attorneys to go after their insurance in the event that we're sued for something that occurs on our property.
So we'll be listed as an additional insurer on their policy.
Okay,
So anybody that, like, is a vendor, that's ours, anybody that leases a
So that should
building,
probably be written in
That's,
there,
we can add it in there, it's, on the insurance requirements. Again, this was a draft lease we put together because y'all wanted to add a lease. This isn't, there's gonna be even more changes depending on the business you select. So say you don't pick a cafe, say you pick something, a bakery only, and or something completely, not completely different, but a little bit off, that whole lease agreement may change quite substantially depending on the business, but we were just giving a sample lease so they knew what to expect, that we were gonna require insurance. We'll add the personal guarantee. This is what we'll have a triple net in there. So that's what the idea of the lease is. This isn't gonna be the exact lease they're gonna sign on that day. We have to figure out what business is gonna go in there. Once y'all negotiate all of that needs to be updated in the lease, and then I've gotta bring that lease back to y'all for y'all to approve as a body.
Okay. I do know there's also there's premises rented to you is on the ACORD certificate. There's very specific criteria that generally landlords require you to fill out, and it is just worded differently. The other question that I had is about the property tax on this piece of property. I know I brought this up in the past. Apparently, I mean, this is my understanding at least, is land is taxed, property tax, the assessment is based on the use of the property, not on the ownership of the property. And so I think that we need to if this is a for-profit that's occupying the building, that we should do whatever it takes for BCAD to make sure that's a piece of property that's taxed appropriately. Because that was not done in the past, and that's a very unfair, I mean, the businesses around here, that's a large chunk of the expense, every month, so.
Okay. Everybody agree on that too? Because we're going to have to get this out. Is that the law? Okay, that's fine. Is that the law?
It is.
Okay,
And
very
can you
good.
repeat, I didn't get the last part of
Yeah.
it. Can you repeat what you just said?
About so
The business has
I've
to
been
pay
under the
that.
impression that property tax assessments in the state of Texas are based on the use of the property, not on the ownership of the property. And because of that, because we are the owners of that piece of property, however, when it's used for a commercial purpose, such as a restaurant, that it's taxed like a piece of commercial property for the structure, for the equipment that's in there even, and so they're paying property taxes on that, like all of the other businesses are doing, in Leon Valley.
And what did you say about the past? You said in the past.
Yeah, it's never been on the tax
Because
rolls.
because we own the piece of property, and
Right, so
so
it's
it's
exempt.
tax exempt.
Yeah.
And so we've never passed along what would be the property tax. So let's say the property tax would be $5,000 a year. We never passed that along into a lease agreement or required the leasee to pay a portion of that tax based on the use because we've owned, because we own the property, so it's tax exempt. We just charge them the rental and it stays off the tax roll.
In BCAD, I don't even think BCAD has assessed it. I don't think they have a value for it, because,
It's been ours for quite a few.
yeah, we've never requested that they value it.
Well, it was donated to the city, a jillion years ago by Miss McCain. So, Mr. Humpus, you had your hand up.
So I think it's the personal property that we may be referring to. You don't own, if you move into, I'm sure in your rented space, your lease space, you pay real estate taxes because that is a taxable entity. But there's also another bill that comes into what are the assets that you own.
Sure.
And so that may be the one that we make sure that we report to BCAD that there is a business in there. A lot of the equipment, though, is what we're providing. It belongs to the city. So it would be just the additional equipment that the business owner or the leasee would have that would be subject to that personal property tax.
Okay. And just regarding the point adjustment that Mr. Campos recommended, I just wanted to, and I believe Mr. Stevens supported that. Mr. Orozco, Mr.
Okay with it.
You're okay with those adjustments? Okay. Very good. Do we want to go back through it, or did you get it, Mr.?
No, I think you have it at points for lease. It's 20 to 25, reduce it to 40, and bring it down to 5. That's what he said.
Number D was 5.
No, that's not what he said.
Okay.
If we're going to go to
Go ahead.
25, right, then I would adjust the B down
The
10
D.
points. And if we're going to go to 25, adjust the D to 5.
To 5
That's
points.
what I would suggest.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Okay, very good. And then also, Mr. Campos had suggested removing the list of Leon Valley officers at the back page. Is there consensus for that, or?
I'm okay with having the names on there. I don't know.
You're okay?
It's like they don't know. Our names are all over the place.
Dr. Caldera said it was because they needed to see if
And
they had a
I can
conflict
see
with
that.
anybody.
I'm okay with it, but if you guys want it,
I don't know, Nicole, is there a legality to that, or?
Both parties are correct, and the party is, the person signing is responsible for disclosing. And I agree with Mr. Campos that the person would know whether there's a conflict with someone. So it's really going to be a preference of the council.
Okay, so, Mr. Orozco, you don't see a problem with it? How about
I don't have no
you?
problem with it in there.
Mr. Bradshaw, no?
Issue.
Okay, just to go ahead and leave it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
all
do
right.
think
Just so that we can get it
the
out.
purpose of
That's the thing. We've got
But then
an
we'll
August
add the
7th.
communication restrictions.
Yeah, I like that.
We'll
Okay.
add that in there.
Okay.
I'll add the $1 million general liability, language in there, and then we'll add the personal guarantee in there as well in the RFP.
Okay, very good. So we think,
And so with
anything
those
else?
changes, if y'all are good with it, I mean, you can take a vote on it with those changes, but if not, we'd like to post this RFP so we can start.
I'd like to make a motion then to go ahead and approve the RFP with the changes that we discussed.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve the RFP with the changes that we discussed. Any further discussion? Anyone in our chamber like to make a comment before we vote? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you so much. I think it was a good discussion and good changes. Thank you. All right. And then moving then to presentation 3.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action or direction on the Adopt a Spot program. And again, we have our Director of Economic Development, Roque Salinas, here to present. Yes, ma'am.
Just before Roque, this is a program we have already, and it was a
Right.
request by Councilor Bradshaw, and then Councilor Stevens seconded him like 2 meetings ago, but we pushed it off at the last meeting because he wasn't here.
Correct.
And that's why we're here. I just wanted to give a little bit of a background.
Very
Like,
good.
somebody asked me like, oh, this is a new no, we've had this program, it's in effect, and so he's just reviewing it.
Right. Okay, very good. Thank you. If you'll continue, Mr. Salinas, thank you.
So the Adopt a Thought program seeks volunteers to clean up areas that the city owns. Typically, it's parks, right-of-ways. It requires people to come in and clean the area 6 times a year for a minimum 6 times a year for 1 year. The city does provide some assistance in like gloves and bags and vests, and then at the end we give you guys a sign. There are some requirements as well, so it must be a public area that needs litter reduction. You must submit an application. You must sign the waiver of liability form. Commit yourself to 6 cleanups a year. And volunteers under the age of 17 must have a supervisor or guardian present. You will receive gloves, trash bags, council recognition, a certificate of appreciation. If your individuals need community service, we'll give them community service. And then the city will install a sign with the name of the program participants or organization at the adopted signs. Signs will be posted throughout the duration of the membership. You submit the application to my office. You can either email us or pick it up online. And then after that, you submit it. We'll go through the process of, reviewing the process and letting you guys know what if it was approved or not. And that's pretty much it.
Very good. As Dr. Caldera said, this is an existing program, so I have seen an Adopt a Spot sign in the park. How many participants do we have?
To my knowledge, we have 2 or 3.
We have 3. Counselor Hefner has one in front of the library. One of your police officers, Mandry and his sons, have one. I want to say theirs was by the park, further like kind of by the community garden area back there somewhere. And then we just got the
Our
new
most
one.
recent one, who is
Wants to by the pool.
by the pool.
That's
Yes.
Frank Kazan.
Yes, the guy that was here.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
that's what this came up about. 'Cause
Okay.
The idea was.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mike. The idea was, that everybody talks about like adopt a spot, keep the area clean and stuff, but the citizen that brought it up said, I would be willing to mow the area by the pool, looked kind of shoddy and overgrown and, stuff like that. So he kind of volunteered to do that.
And he's gone once last Wednesdays when he went. He only goes when it's closed.
When
So
the
it's
pool's
last
closed.
Wednesday.
okay,
Okay.
all right.
Yeah.
So the American Legion cleans up Evers Road. That's not part of this, right?
That's just their community service.
Okay.
Because they named the Adiel Murphy Parkway, that portion of Evers Road. And so as part of that agreement, when we named it Adiel Murphy Parkway, that they would maintain Adiel
Yeah.
Parkway. So they do it once a quarter, once a year, or something like that.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. If y'all, did y'all get online the Town and Country, the TML magazine? It's all about beautification, or primarily about beautification. So this fits right into that. So anyway, just thought I'd mention
It was
that.
just a briefing
Yeah,
presentation, so we knew.
exactly. All righty. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Mr. Salinas, and thank you, Mr. Bradshaw and Mr. Stevens, for bringing it up. All right. Moving then to announcements by the mayor and council members. I just have a few. How many of y'all knew that this Friday is International Beer Day? It's true. And at 5:30 at Long Tab Brewery, there will be a proclamation and presenting the Long Tab Brewery a ceremonial check for the grant that they received from the city for their new tank. And I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Stevens for covering this event for me. I'm out of town on a wedding and conflict to my schedule. And I wanted to thank Roque Salinas for setting up and organizing this celebration. I'm assuming it's open to the public at 5:30, so come on. And the Long Tab is down Bandera Road on the right-hand side past the HEB Marketplace, right in the industrial park area over there. And Dr. Caldera, are you going to talk about water restrictions today in your manager report? Okay, because there's 2 different water companies. We've got SAWS, and a third of us are on SAWS, and 2/3 are on the city. So one's in stage 2, that's SAWS, and one's in stage 3.
Well,
And
you already
so-
covered it, so there you go.
Okay, well, it's actually how many times you can water. That's the distinction. So on stage 2, you can water every week on your designated day, once a week, if you've got a sprinkler, a soaker hose, or irrigation system. Now, you can water at any time with your hose, that's for sure. Doesn't matter what stage you're in. But when you get to stage 3, which the city of Leon Valley is in, it's every other week. It's just twice a month that you can water with your irrigation. So that's starting to cut in on your ability to water. But I did get a call from a citizen this week or last week that said she was noticing that our trees are dying, and that's what Mr. Hody was saying. And so anyway, this drought's been pretty severe. So go out and water with your hose at least. All right, and then the manager has on her report, but I just want to encourage everyone to sign up for National Night Out. Try to get your neighbors together and get to know your neighbors on October the 3rd. Doesn't have to be big or fancy. Just, get a little flyer and say, let's meet at the corner and, get to know each other. So anyway, National Night Out is October the 3rd. And then, of course, last but not least, stay safe with this heat and make sure that you hydrate. Remember that leg cramps or some kind of cramping is the first sign of heat exhaustion, and then stroke. So be careful out there. All righty. So that's all my announcements that I have. And thanks everyone for being here this evening. Mr. Stevens, would you like to go next? Okay, very good. And Mr. Campos, do you have anything this evening?
Mayor, I just want
Yes.
to thank everyone in the audience for attending tonight's meeting. Thank you. It's hot. We know that. Want everyone to stay safe. Again, please stay out of the heat and keep, in your thoughts and in your prayers, we need rain. Okay. Also, Mayor, just recently, and I know you may have said it stage 3, but we're actually in stage 4 for the Edwards Aquifer.
Well,
So,
Dr. Caldera and I, we had that conversation because I said, are we in 3 or are we in 4 last
We're
week?
still in 3
We're
per
still
our
in 3.
calculations,
Yeah.
even though the Edwards Aquifer is in 4.
yeah. So with the Edwards being in stage 4, now our draw from the Edwards Aquifer with our water rights is now cut by 40%.
Yes.
Right.
So just to let the citizens know.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's getting down there. All right. Mr. Orozco.
I've been looking around, and when I drive here early, it looks like school's getting ready to start. And I've seen the bands, and I've seen some of the football practices that are going on. They have a tax-free weekend, August 11th to the 13th, and people should take advantage of that. And he had mentioned the night out. The majority of the council will be in Dallas that day.
That's right.
But I know that our staff did a fantastic job of going to each event, and I think that it'll be just as good.
Right. And the police and fire will go by. Exactly. And
That's
I was surprised. I don't know if y'all saw in the paper yesterday, they had all the listing of the schools and when they're starting. Northside is the very last school district to start. August 28th. Everybody else is starting much earlier, which I thought was kind of interesting. How do you do that? But anyway, maybe they're going to go later in June. I don't know. But anyway, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Do appreciate it. And Councilor Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I don't want to repeat too much, but the water thing, I saw something the other day that Canyon Lake is the lowest
my
that it's ever
gosh.
been.
They had a picture.
And I went
Yeah.
out there this last weekend, and yeah, you can still get on the water, and the depth gauge on the boats, 60 feet some places, but then some places you're like 4 feet. It's scary. So, but yeah, it is definitely. I echo the comments from Councilor Campos about pray for rain, and we definitely need it. And also, I just wanted to tell everybody this may be my last meeting. If my numbers come in tonight for the Mega Millions and I hit
okay.
$1 billion.
Well, you'll share it, right? You'll supplant
Yes,
our
we'll have a
budget,
party.
right?
Just remember the
Okay.
little people, that's right.
Yeah, all right. Well, thank you so much. All right. Dr. Caldera, your city manager's report, please.
Yes, ma'am. So I emailed y'all city manager's report early on today. It is also available in hard copy outside and available online. I did email y'all separately a city manager update per se. I included the budget PowerPoint as well as the proposed tax rate PowerPoint. And I gave it to y'all ahead of time because I'm not going to be readily available next weekend for y'all to bombard me with a bunch of questions. So Vicki worked really, really hard to get both of those items ready for you over the last day and a half because we got the certified tax roll yesterday. And so I wanted to make sure y'all had it so you can ask me whatever questions you want to ask me because normally y'all ask me on Saturday and Sunday and I probably won't be available that weekend to answer those questions prior to the council meeting. But we did update the budget to 0.48. We did move the $400,000 from the water fund back into the general fund. We left the budget at 0.48. Your no new revenue rate came in at 0.42. We put a budget together at 0.44, but we've increased that to 0.48 to make all the moves that we need to, and you are sitting in kind of a surplus. My recommendation would either be, one, you add back the dog park, or you add the money to your general fund reserve. So you can take a look at the budget. If you have any questions, I'm available all week, but after Friday, I'm not going to be as available. And
Okay.
so
So you'll be presenting that PowerPoint
on
on the
August
15th.
15th, correct.
Okay.
Y'all will be voting, you have to vote on the proposed tax rate, so if you're gonna go with your no new revenue rate, or the 0.44, which was the original budget, or the 0.48, you're going to have to vote on it that night. Then we're gonna bring back on September the 1st, the actual second read of the budget, you will vote on that budget.
September 5th?
September 5th, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
I'm off, August 1st, September 5th.
Yeah,
Council meeting, and you will vote on that budget based on the tax rate that y'all voted on the 15th.
Okay. All right, very good.
I just kind of wanted to give you, then I wanted to thank everybody for joining us at TML. A lot of y'all came, and council came, a lot of our department heads come. It's a lot of just refresher for our department heads. They know most of that information, but there's a couple of times I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. So I think it's good for everybody to go. It's a free event, and we were all there last Friday at Hog Wild that Det Navarro puts on every year. So just want to thank everybody for joining us.
Well, and I think that you and Sandra both won a door prize.
That wasn't a door prize.
It wasn't?
They didn't have a bag for me, that's all.
Oh, they called your name out, so I thought, okay, very good. All right. Yeah, it was very well attended. I couldn't find a parking space, so, yeah,
Free
it was
events
great.
always are. So,
All right, very good. Thank you.
thanks.
I'm glad
That was
we
it.
had,
That is
we had a good
information.
turnout, yeah. All right. Next is the consent agenda. Agenda item 6.1 to 6.11. Is there any council member who would like to pull any of those agenda items for discussion? Okay. Seeing no one, may I please have a motion and second to approve?
I so move.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve consent agenda 6.1 through 6.11 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much. Then moving to the regular agenda, 7.1, presentation, and we will have a public hearing and possible action to approve a replat with requested variances on an approximately 0.854 acre tract of land, being the north 133.20 feet of Lot 7, CB 4445L, Dirt V Murchison-Hebner subdivision. And we have Mindy Teague, our Planning and Zoning Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. The applicant could not make it. Emailed me at the last minute, and then it's up to your discretion if you want to hear the presentation. But they are not here for questions tonight.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the council? Because I know we have requested that they be here in the past. So is this a time-sensitive?
No, ma'am, I can bring it back at the next meeting.
Okay. Bring it back? Is that all right? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Okay, if you'll please ask them to please be here on the August 15th meeting, just so the council has an opportunity to ask them some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
If they have any. All righty. Thank you. Do appreciate it. So we will move 7.1 to the August 15th meeting with consensus of the council. Then moving then to 7.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on an authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with Stephen Barkowski for health inspection services. And is it Dr. Caldera? This is our first read. I know we talked about it at the last
So we've
meeting,
actually
tell
had
me.
this
I know,
conversation
we've
like
had it
three
for a couple
times.
of times.
Yeah, so y'all finally decided to extend the agreement to Stephen Borarski. This is just the basically housekeeping item. You're just approving the actual contract. I included the contract in there. It's a 3-year agreement with him for the rates that he presented, which are listed in the packet. He will be required to have general liability insurance. And then once y'all vote on the rates on the 15th, these new rates will go into effect. And he will have 6 months to become acclimated with our software system and provide a backup, which he's already provided the backup, and he's already gotten liability insurance already as well.
Okay, very good. All right.
This is just a first read. So if y'all got any comments on the contract itself, I can add it. If not, y'all will vote on this item at the next
All right,
council
yes,
meeting.
so there's no vote, and so would the council, with consensus, put this in the consent agenda for the
Consent
next
agenda,
meeting? All right, very good. Thank you. All right. The next is the same action, but entering into an agreement with BB Inspection for building inspections and plan review services. And again, this is our first read, a housekeeping item as
Correct. So
per
as we presented
Dr.
to y'all
Caldera.
at the last couple of council meetings, it would be a 3-year agreement with BB Inspections. Did I put the rates in here? No, I didn't. The rates are probably in the, or they're included in the contract, but it was $160 and per hour, and then $90 per inspection. But none of the rates change, and it would be for a 3-year agreement.
All right. So, any other questions for Dr. Kadar on this agreement? All right, or ordinance. So no vote, but is there a consensus to put it in the consent agenda? All right, for the 15th. All right, thank you, Dr. Caldera. Then we'll move then to regular agenda 7.4. And this is a resolution, and we will vote on this tonight. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve a resolution accepting a bid and authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Cleanview Resources in the amount of $1.48 per linear foot, not to exceed $250,000 for the 2023 sewer main CCTV and cleaning project. And we have David Demeline, our Assistant Public Works Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome. Yes, glad you're here.
Thank you. The purpose of this item is to approve a resolution awarding a bid and authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Cleanview Resources in the amount of $1.48 per linear foot and not to exceed $250,000, and that's for the sewer CCTV and cleaning project. The project's it's going to involve conducting a comprehensive closed-circuit television inspection of the city's sewer main network. It's also going to include jetting and cleaning of the sewer mains, removing any blockages and debris prior to the CCTV. And then we'll get a detailed report and video that'll be provided with the location and conditions of our sewer mains. And as you all know, we currently have approximately 45 miles of sanitary sewer mains in the system. The city budgeted $250,000 to complete the work, and based on the price received from Cleanview Resources, we can do about 31 miles with that scope of work. And this project, it will assist us with maintaining our sewer mains, our infrastructure, and providing better service for our businesses and residents. We had a total of 5 companies submit bids: Cleanview Resources, National Works, Pipeview, America, T-Rex Services, and Ace Pipe Cleaning, ranging from $1.48 to $5 per foot. Fiscal impact, as I mentioned, it's $1.48 per linear foot. And in our sewer line item, we have $250,000 budgeted for this project. With that, Mayor and Council, we recommend approving the resolution, awarding the bid, and authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Cleanview Resources.
Okay.
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, yes. Since Mr. Campos is the water guy, I guess I'll start with you. Mr. Campos, go ahead.
Good to see you again.
Thank you.
David and I worked at the city of San Antonio together, and so I've known him since
oh my
back
gosh,
then.
I didn't
so
know
good
that.
To see you, David.
Good to see
Very
you.
good. Great.
So, David, I was thinking, when we're doing the CCTV, I would think that $1.48 a linear foot is in line with that. But what concerns me is where we're cleaning, and they're agreeing to, and this is part of the scope that was in the bidding document, to remove any blockage or debris prior to the CCTV. So
Yes.
are you confident that they understood the scope and we're not going to get a change order that said, oh, that blockage is too big?
Yes, sir. Actually, I did ask that question. I just wanted to make sure, because that is a big part of the project, is removing that debris, from the manhole section. So, but that does include, within that dollar amount, that includes that scope of work as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
How do we determine which 31 miles of the 45 that we're going to do? Is that...
We have we do have a list of priority areas that we've
You've already
looked at,
prioritized.
and so we would focus on those first, and probably like our newer subdivisions, such as like Pavona, the Ridge. We would
Put those back. Okay.
push those back.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
That makes sense. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions?
This is a resolution, though.
Yes, it is a resolution, so we will vote. So are there any questions or comments from any of our citizens in the chamber? Okay, seeing no one, may I have a motion to approve?
Mayor,
Yes.
make the motion to approve as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the resolution as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Mr. Demeline. Do appreciate your presentation this evening. And in fact, I think you're up for the next 2 or 3. So anyway, very good. If we'll continue then with 7.5, regular agenda, presentation and discussion on awarding a bid and authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with H.L. Zumwalt Construction in the amount of $1.173,476.52 with a $176,021.48 contingency 15% fee, and to approve an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $551,100 for the 6-year street maintenance project. And this is a first read, so we will not vote tonight, but we will discuss where we want to put it for the next meeting. So if you begin, please. Thank you, Mr. Demeline.
Thank you.
Mhm.
This item, this is for our Year 6 street maintenance package, and it's to award a bid authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with H.L. Zumwalt Construction in the amount of $1,173,476.52, including that 15% contingency, and to approve an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $551,000 for this project. The scope of work for this includes a mill and overlay, forest ledge, stable, Pacer Trail, a portion of El Verde Road, Seneca from Bandera to Evers, Poss Road from Bandera to Grissom, Timco from Bandera to the city limits, and also construction of sidewalks at the alleyways in the Linkwood subdivision. We have a total of 7 companies that submitted bids for the project. We have H.L. Zumwalt, Clark Construction, RDC Paving, BK Paving, JMP, R.L. Jones, and Alamo City Constructors. And we have a base bid amount, and then we have 3 additive alternates. So the engineering project and contingency total is $1.4 million. For street maintenance, it would be $798,398, and then with a budget adjustment of $551,100. The engineering has already been paid, and the street maintenance fund balance as of September 30th of 22 was a little over $1.2 million. The fund brings in approximately $600,000 to $800,000 per year, and so if we were to do the entire project, it's going to leave just a little under $700,000. So our recommendation is to award the bid authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with H.L. Zumwalt and approving the ordinance for the budget adjustment in the amount of $551,000.
Okay, very good.
And I'll be happy to answer any
Yes.
questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Demeline on this 6-year street maintenance contract? Yes, Mr. Campos.
I think the city's got a wonderful deal here. So great job on advertising this and getting these bids. Great job.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Move to consent agenda?
Yes, if there's consensus, we'll move it to the consent agenda for the August 15th meeting. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Demeline, for your presentation. And we'll move to the next one, 7.6. Presentation and discussion to consider awarding a bid and authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with the Levi Company in the amount of $75,504 with an $11,326 for contingency, which is 15%, and approving an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $86,830 for the Huebner Road School Zone project. And this is our first read as required by the city charter, and again, no vote tonight, and with consideration of moving it to the consent agenda for the next meeting. If you'll begin, Mr. Demeline, thank you.
Thank you. I think we
Yes.
have a different project up here, but I have some slides
Did I-
here that I can speak to.
Let me.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I read the wrong one?
It's just under the wrong item.
I'm sorry, that's what I have on mine.
It was,
Sure, this is for,
The
this is-
Wurzbach, you'll want to take the Wurzbach sewer main, the next one, and then go back?
could you, while I find
Yes,
the other one, please?
that would be great. Thank you. I apologize for the mix-up.
No, it's fine.
So let's move then, we'll come back to 7.6. Let me read 7.7 for the council's consideration. Presentation and discussion to consider accepting a bid and authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with RAM Utilities in the amount of $249,250.60 with a $37,387.59 contingency fund, 15%, and to approve an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $150,159 for the CDBG Wurzbach Road Sewer Main Replacement Project Segment 1. And this is a first read as required by the city charter. Mr. Demeline, if you'll continue and please explain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Again, no vote tonight. All
This
right.
item is, this is our CDBG grant project for this year, and it's to award a bid authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with RAM Utilities in the amount of $249,250.60 with $37,387.59 for contingency, and to approve an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $150,159 for this project. The scope of work is to replace 800 feet, approximately 800 feet of 8-inch sewer main. And we're going to be replacing 2 standard manholes and 1 new drop manhole. And that's the line that comes from Wurzbach into the Hidden Meadow Apartments.
Mm-hmm.
We had a total of 7 companies submit bids. We have RAM Utilities, Atlas, Bravo Excavation, R.L. Jones, Pronto Sandblasting, Easy Bell, and Sabrex. The engineer's opinion of probable cost for this was $427,152. Oops, sorry. Under fiscal impact, engineering construction contingency has a total of $360,108.19. Sewer funds in capital currently is $209,949.50. The budget adjustment is $150,158.69. And we do have a CDBG grant reimbursement of $250,311 at the end of the project. So the fund balance as of 9/30/22 was a little over $1.7 million. So our recommendation, Mayor and Council, is to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with RAM Utilities and approve an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment for $150,159. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just, you had that probable cause cost by the engineer. Why is there such a discrepancy between the entity that we awarded it to and the probable cause? How do they, I don't know. Are they going to
The engineer based their pricing on City of San Antonio and SAWS, actually SAWS
Okay.
numbers.
I
And
see.
so it was a competitive bid, so those were the numbers that we received. So kind of a range, but it was the
But they've
lowest
got to,
bid.
they've got to stay within their bid, so, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. I was just like, wow, how do they do that? Okay, any other questions from the council? All right. Quiet audience tonight. We have now one person left. All right, excellent. All right, so this is a first read. Any questions? Yes, we can move it to consent if that's the pleasure of the council. We will do that. Thank you so much. And then we'll move back, Mr. Demmeline, to 7.6. Dr. Caldera, do we have that?
It's up there.
Is it up there? Okay, so let me read that again. Presentation and discussion to consider awarding a bid and authorizing the city manager to enter into contract with a Levi company in the amount of $75,504 with an $11,326 contingency fund, 15%, and approving an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $86,830 for the Hebner Road School Zone project. And this is a first read as required by the city charter. And Mr. Demline, if you'll continue, thank you.
Mayor and Council, this item is for the Hebner Road School Zone improvements, and this is for the between the streets of Hoofs and Lomax. So this was the item for the intergovernmental, or the agreement that was under the consent agenda for the city of San Antonio, because part of it goes into the city of San Antonio. But this is awarding it to the bid to the Levy Company. And so the amount is $75,504 with contingency of $11,326. It's to request an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $86,830. So we had two, as we mentioned earlier, two bids from the Levy Company and Easy Bell. We have the project costs that I just mentioned. The budget adjustment request is $86,830, and funding would come from the Traffic Safety Fund, which would have a balance of $304,000.
All right.
And staff recommends approval of entering into a contract with the Levy Company in the amount of $75,504, and then approving the budget adjustment.
All right, very good.
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions there? And also, is there an interlocal agreement that's separate from this,
That was on
Dr.
the
Caldera?
consent, so back in April.
We
I don't
we
know.
already
Y'all-
approved
Y'all
that.
approved an ordinance to
Okay.
reduce the school zone to 20 miles an hour on Hebner as part of the John Marshall's. part of
Okay.
that. There's a lot of studies, traffic studies and all that have to go involved because Hebner's a main thoroughfare and it costs 3 agencies per se. But our section for the school zone is us and the city of San Antonio. City of San Antonio says, we don't care, we don't need it to be 20 miles an hour. If you want to do it, then you have to foot the bill for the traffic arm device because of the distance, the traffic arm device actually has to live in the city of San Antonio. So we have to pay for it, operate it, and maintain it. They'll allow us to put it in their city on their space, but because they're not requesting the item, they're not asking for the speed to be reduced, we had to foot the bill for all of it. And so that's what the interlocal agreement is basically for, saying that, it's our device, we have to maintain it, we own it.
Okay.
We're the ones that want the speed limit 20 miles an hour. We had already had the discussion, and y'all's vote for the ordinance itself gave me the ability to enter into the interlocal agreement, but the city of San Antonio wanted it to be in a resolution,
Okay.
giving me permission to enter the agreement. Like the minutes weren't good enough, like they needed it as an item. So that's why it went on consent.
Okay.
This is actually paying for the budget.
Paying for it, yeah, I
Paying for it.
understand. Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Any questions, comments on this agenda item? All right, if there's no objection, we'll move it to, I'm sorry. You came back, all right. You had left for a little bit and came back. Mr. Mata, good evening and welcome back. Yes.
Yeah, Eric Mata, Canterfield. Just want to say I appreciate the work that you guys have done on this project. It's funny, and it's probably too late now, but I might not have been at the meeting where this resolution was passed. But, you know, having lived in this town for so long, most of my memory of that section is there being a school zone, right? Whether you were coming from I-10 or from Evers heading towards I-10, you had to deal with that. So, you know, even when I was in high school, there was not many kids that walked to school from Canterfield. And I think eventually things got to the point where it just, I don't know if it was that council when it was removed that realized there wasn't justification for it, but that was removed. So I'm just wondering if this kind of coincided with some residents in Mayor Bradshaw's neighborhood that were complaining about the traffic issues coming from the high school. You know, and maybe it's a little late now. I don't see it resolving that issue. You know, now they, you know, of course, now we look at the bill we're going to be footing for it. I'm sorry, you know, it was a 5A high school. When I was in high school, my graduating class was close to 800. So it was a big school then. And we had that zone there, and it did not help the traffic leaving that neighborhood. It simply didn't. Most of the time I would just stay at school till 5:30 to bypass that issue. So I just feel like it's more of a feel-good measure, and it's not going to be effective. And we're going to be spending money, wasting money on something that we're going to find out is not really the answer to the complaints that some residents had for that neighborhood. So, you know, now that we're facing this, I'm wondering if it might not be good for you guys to at least discuss this. You know, I don't see it being a solution. I really don't. And I say that sincerely. Even to this day, you don't see many kids walking to school from Canterfield. If anything, they're already on the north side of Huebner, walking along, coming like from Pavona, places like that. You just don't see kids walking there. And I live in Canterfield, so I pass through that area a lot. But thank you.
All right. Thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah, so it was, as it was mentioned, it was part of the discussion about the traffic calming measures of in my neighborhood. And the thought was, you know, we talked about expanding the lanes, making a turn lane on Chaparral, and there's no possibility there unless we buy private property, which would probably exceed this cost. And so I think part of the discussion was if the school zone extended past there, then cars would go slower and people could actually turn and get out. Because right now people are turning right, and cars are coming. You just can't turn out. So you have people, it backs up and blocks all the intersections in the neighborhood. So that was part of it, as well as it was discussed.
The speed pads.
And there, yeah, the speed pads also.
It was a collective. We did like several workshops to look at calming devices, and so it was the school zone speed pads. We even looked at doing a dead end street. I mean, there's variations, but what we came up with was speed pads, doing some vision safe, like zero vision. There's a private property with a big fence and a bush, and so so that blocks the view for coming out on Huebner, and so we're lowering the speed limit and then getting that resident to cut back their shrubbery a little bit so that way people can see. So.
And also putting police officers there occasionally, right? With John Marshall, hopefully. Okay, yeah, that was another part of the discussion.
And
yes, Mr.
Brashaw's
Laska.
exactly right, and I was one that suggested that as well. It works in Leon Valley Elementary. If you go through through Huebner, going towards Leon Valley Elementary School, you'll see where cars are exiting, you know, a lot faster if they did not have that school zone. And hopefully, you know, maybe, I don't know, it may not work like you say, but at least we're giving it a shot to try to help the neighbors there.
Yeah. And it's coming from the Red Light Camera Fund, which is a safety fund, so traffic safety, so that's a good use of the money.
Can we use the consent agenda? Or
yes, we may. Thank you. If there's a consensus, let's do that.
You might beat my time.
Okay. All right. Citizens to be, 7.8, discussion and possible action on a resolution appointing members to the CPAC. Mr. Bradshaw, you were not here last time when everyone made their appointments, so that's place
I'm the
5, and you've
last
got
one.
2. Yes, you've
So,
got 2
yeah.
appointments.
So, Mayor, thank you.
Mhm.
I'd like to reappoint or extend, I don't know, whichever is correct, Michelle Rawls,
Okay,
and appoint Frank Gonzalez to CPAC.
okay. And Frank Gonzalez.
Correct.
All righty. And may I have a motion? It's a resolution to approve.
move.
All right. All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to appoint in place 5 as recommended by Councilor Bradshaw, Michelle Rawls and Frank Garcia.
Gonzalez.
I'm sorry, did I say? I wrote down Gonzalez and I said Rodriguez. I apologize. Frank Gonzalez and Michelle Rawls for, and their terms will, is that right? And their terms are for 2 years, I believe, 2025. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Do appreciate that. Moving then to citizens be heard. Agenda item number 8. Any citizens in the chambers that would like to address the council? All right. Seeing none, then we'll go down to agenda item number 9, request for council members to add items to a future agenda. I had one that I submitted to, and thank you, Dr. Caldera. I had met with City Council member Mark White last Friday, which I thought was kind of interesting because he asked to meet with me, and we talked about the homeless. He's very interested in what we're doing on the homeless issue. But he also shared with me that he and another council member, Jalen Rodriguez, and they have to get 5 people on the council to put it for consideration, but they have to go through all these committees before it comes back to council for approval. But it's a construction mitigation idea, and the way I understood it is if a business is on a roadway that's under construction, their idea for this ordinance would be to take a small percentage out of the CPS Energy Fund and pay the business's utility funds to help them through the construction phase. So anyway, just we could look into what they're doing in San Antonio and see if it applies. The reason I was interested in it is because long term we're going to be faced with that along Bandera Road if and when we ever get funding to redevelop that roadway. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Anyone else? All right. So if there's no objection, we move to adjourn at 7:52 on August 1st.
You beat my time.
I beat your time. All right. Yay. Thank you. All right. Y'all take care. Have a nice evening, and we'll see you on August the 15th. Thank you for being here. Good evening.
He was rushing us through. He's like, nope, next. He was cutting us off there.
They're being redundant. Stop
Yeah.
But I'll send this to you.
Okay. I don't know which one it was. But... Oh. Same thing. Thank you.
Or a train certificate? I just don't want to drive slow on you.
I know.
that school zone was there was for,
I used to come in from the VA, come down here.
coming from the medical center.
This was like, you know, using this.
But it won't be during school hours. It slows down in the morning and afternoon, you know what I mean?
Well, I can't remember what time the school's gonna end.
It should be like 4 or 5 o'clock.
Like 5 or something, or what it was. Really?
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Well, but now the high school gets out at 4:30. So it would make sense unless it went to at least 5 o'clock.
Now, I guess, you know, we can do whatever time we want, but it's ongoing for years.
I guess I saw the price tag. Yeah, that's true. It's coming out of the. I was like, dang, that's a lot of money, man. I'm not sure if that works.
Well, the fact raises up.
Buy a boat with that?
Yes. I wasn't sure.
Oh yeah. Did he one that he got for like $6,000 or something? All right, guys, see y'all. Check out Josh. He's rating the free food. There's too much pork there.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I got you. Do you want some? No, that's gross. May God forgive you. You want to go grab something to eat? You want to go grab something to eat? You can invite the city attorney. You can join us for dinner.
And we cleaned it up for a little while, and we went right back to his old place.
Yeah, we've got employees that do the same thing. They get in trouble, and it's okay, you can do that. Okay, they do a little better, and then they go back to doing my stuff, and then they go back to doing it.
Same thing.
I know.
Except, you can't fire that guy.
I know.
But even for that, you have to have your.
That's the
The list is.
What?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Crystal.
During the portion of the training, they were hitting on that because it was not.
Hey, man.
Oh, yeah.
Where the documentation. It's a constant thing. I just wanted to let you know.
As you guys are aware of it, I wondered, like I said.
Well, you hit it right away.
Once you explain it, I'm like, yes, I know exactly how you want it.
Yes, he does.
Trying to sell it like that.
When I went to the other house, I was friends with him. He had a friend that did body work. I needed that body work on my car. It's down on car guy. I've got a 68 Camaro. 65. Oh, yeah. So, I'm looking for that. You know where I came to watch him paint? He's giving me identity.
Dude, was it?
I'm still looking for the place because it was a cinder block garage. I've driven around the city because I can't remember.
I wonder if that's
Could be.
I don't know if it's cinder block, but it's.
He could have expanded.
That's true. I didn't even realize that.
That's the
It's kind of weird. And then there's a little drive.
So you have it set up for
Yeah, they have a carport. There was a
same floor. All runs through his house.
these people's
And once
property.
you do the
They can
research, if you do the research, I have a wall for P99. Same thing, you hit the cop. It's like a button on the back of the driveway.
Probably the shop.
Oh, God.
You know, 2 acres, right? So that's what's
All the way. Then you have the full trigger pull. You listen for your research, it's fantastic.
Which is what mine is too.
And the pool is still light, but if you let it out of the way, it's heavy. It's heavy going down. Sure.
Because of the price of gold, yeah, it's crazy.
It does for those that train.
Kitchen.
It doesn't for those that
Got
shoot
floor, have your windows in front. You know, little things.
With adrenaline, I mean, you're gonna pull through almost anything, you know?
Where it doesn't break, I mean,
People shoot.
Well, exactly.
progress.
Or they hit everything but the
I can do it like a.
Because if things turn, this is where I stop.
No, that's true. And actually, I got to a point where when I see cabinets, cooktop, double oven. I didn't have countertops.
I have a bunch of 40
Cut them in there. And I was like, that's cool. I got plywood countertops. I had that like for a year before I really. They got all stained and stuff. And then
Well, they moved from 40 to 9. So they used to have
I have plywood.
Oh,
I
yeah.
live along in the plywood I got.
Yeah, it worked. Like that's the thing. It works. It works. But eventually,
I know when we,
can be saying stuff.
when we left, State 45,
I went through the same thing.
we had people call us, "Hey, we're gonna buy yours."
I would like to be a car
You
guy.
could buy hours plus more. But it was SPD that wanted it.
Well, because there are you usually break it and then you call straight to
Especially with the Spanish.
you didn't know how to really do it.
The shoe turning the clocks on them, or well, on the GPS mark. Well, you know, if you look at CNN, it's less than that.
Oh, yeah.
San Angelo or something like that. They're always advertising.
My uncle being the reason I bought it.
A lot of times you see the cities,
Oh, yeah. There's not very many of them.
you see them come out for
I think it was a guy that I worked with. He wanted to buy an engine for another project that he had. So he needed to sell it. I said, I'm here.
Condition was good besides the interior. Price was really good. Sorry, you bought the title to do it. So I'll give you the one and I'll sell it. That's the lowest I would take for it. Now I got a project.
Awesome.
I'm not I like
The guy down the street, he took really well.
That's what I was thinking. That's really high reviews.
Pretty different.
I've heard good things about it. The other thing about it.
But I mean, we have one before.
It gets weather because it's warm. It's cold. And even if it's redo it that way. It's a lot better.
I don't have to worry about it.
We'll see.
Well, first, let me know about the other deal.
Yeah.
I think it had it the right way. Right. Don't eat so much. That's what my daughter tells me.
Good night.
Good night, man.
We'll see y'all.
Mayor, I need this one signed.
Oh, you're still eating? I was gonna say, I'll help you out.
I've got to say and sign something. Oh, there's Chief John. Did you hear that Bear County raised their sheriff's pay, all of their, today, $10 million? Salazar said, you get what you pay for, and they're hoping that with this increase, it's retention. That's what their goal is.
It's very true, because in my business, right now, people are moving for $1.
Yeah.
$1 more. And it hurts. The turnover.
For officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
It is very painful because
I thought of you.
you don't know what you're gonna get,
Yeah. It is really changed.
and some of the training at the chief school that I went to, and what some of the chiefs do, I don't agree with. They won't tell you that an officer is bad because they don't want that stain on their agency. And me personally, I don't consider it a stain. If I have a bad one, I'm going to tell you that's a bad one. And it's not a stain on us. I don't think.
And why slip it on from another city?
That's the part that bothers me a lot.
Same here, yeah.
It me, that's very unacceptable. But I was shocked at how many chiefs admitted readily that that's what they do.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make that comment.
Well, thank you.
I feel for you,
Thank-
but hopefully we'll get some stability. You need them 2 weeks in advance. We are getting stability.
We are on that
Yeah,
path.
we're getting on that path.
Yeah.
I do try to get them to you.
Some of them have kind of gotten on the ball, and like Public Works and planning.
Yeah, Melinda, she said she was gonna get them out early. Then you want me to scan this one to you, or do you want hard copy?
No, it's just on their agenda for the 8th, so we need to make sure.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
You have a boilerplate.
And I'm here to take it off tomorrow, so I would say, nobody come in tomorrow, she goes, no, I'm taking it off tomorrow, okay. I'll talk to you on Thursday then, probably. All right. Have a good one. Thank you.
I can get the
Yeah, we can figure it out. And it's not like a regular, vehicle, selling it to another governmental entity or county or, okay. Yeah, I can figure it out.
Okay. I'll be in contact.
Okay, perfect.
Drive safely, Nicole.
Thank you.
Take care, stay
Oh,
cool.
you don't need Monster today.
No, I won't see you on the 15th, but we'll hear you on the 15th.
Yeah.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, okay, I'm gonna take some of this. All right.
Got the parts list from Fraser for the box, the 18-wheeler.
Oh, I don't know, you said it in front of the mayor. I don't know what she's thinking. What, about me and the agenda items, and made it seem like it was my fault?
Oh, no, the mayor knows that we.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay. But what were you talking about? Came off pretty about what? I'm scared. I'm trying to be good. I think I should read all of them. I'm a number darling, and my son's not a big sweetheart. I can send those to you.
What to do to make it work.
What are you talking about being rude then, if it doesn't matter?
Well, because you were apologizing, saying that you wouldn't let it pass or go through if it wasn't right, and I would never expect you to.
Oh, okay,
So,
yeah.
I didn't want to.
I just wanted you to be.
No, I wasn't implying that, you know, you should. I was confused because I thought I got them all. I get so many emails. And,
I mean, when I said that, I just
sometimes
meant.
I don't know if the staff is going to update them. So I have to kind of like, oh, okay, well, did they, just that last thing, I want to do it, okay, and then go in and change them again.
Yeah, don't take anything I'll say personal. I mean,
Likewise.
you know, but, yeah.
Likewise, because, no, I know it's a lot. And
It's
I know that
heavy.
we're not your only place.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to keep up. I always wondered
So
how
sometimes,
Charlie,
yeah.
I always wondered how Charlie got all the different codes. Not like, government, I mean, each city, how do you keep it all straight? I don't know how you do that. I wouldn't be able to do it.
I'll take a while.
You can carry those?
Yeah.
You lost a set of keys?
Yeah, something lost his head.
Oh, that's not good.
This is my own set. And then also what I have to deal with is sometimes those items get on the agenda without me looking at them.
Well, I know,
Right?
I noticed I
And
saw
then I just
one.
let it go because I know I have a second bite at the apple.
Do you want me
But,
to
you know.
call you when I send them?
I
I hate to do that, or maybe it's
No.
like, yeah.
I see it when you send
You
it.
do? Oh, okay.
It's just that sometimes I don't see an agenda item until you send me the agenda